Hello. All right, I've been talking and there's been no sound. Thank you for that, Edwina. He's... All right, I'm just checking with Barbara Green and Edwina. Thank you guys, I should say ladies, for letting me know about the sound. The sound has been on, but it hasn't been going through the coverage. But I'm assuming that it's right now, so looks like it is. Terrific. All right. And looks like they have called the umpire. Now this is my umpire Dickie Bird. Now if you don't know who umpire Dickie Bird is, he's a famous umpire from cricket. We've got a bit of a measure. Got some great umpires here, and Bob the Builder's decided to come and join us. So, very good. Thank you, Edwina. I love my viewers. Yeah, we had some technical stuff going on here, but Ray Pearce thought it was a good idea to stream from Rink 14, and we were going to be bringing you a pretty awesome matchup with involved Dawn Heyman and a couple of other people, but hopefully we'll get through the course of the draw and see how we're going. But at the moment we've got Wendy Nilsson taking on Teeny Fitzgerald, or Wendy Nilsson and Teeny Fitzgerald taking on Rusty and Michelle Fellows on Rink 8. Yeah, no, we actually just couldn't get Wi-Fi and couldn't get anything to work, so we had to sort of up and move everything, and it's not as easy as to be said than done. But we're working and we're happening, and welcome to everyone. I've already welcomed everyone to the coverage through my initial chit chat, so we won't repeat everything that I've just said. You can hear through the microphone that the gusty northern or west wind at the moment. And we have a 5-1 scoreline to Michelle Fellows over Teeny Fitzgerald. Rusty looking for a bit of a correction on the last. Got the backwood in. And well done. This is Wendy Nilsson. Got a bit of support on the right knee there. Looks like she's wearing the oofs. On the right hand of the screen, that is where the wind is coming from. So that is generally the wider hand, but green speed around 14 seconds. Currently around about 23 degrees. Two full greens of 7 rinks, which equals 14 rinks altogether, with 28 teams. Thank you, Barbara. Apparently I've got a good face for radio, I get told, but nice to hear that the dulcet tones are appreciated. Love this sport of bowls. I get caught out calling it lawn bowls, but today it's lawn bowls, but with all the various things that are coming up on YouTube Live Sports, yeah, we'll be broadcasting from synthetic, carpet, artificial, but I much prefer to be good outdoors, even though there is some talk that Taren Point are going to be doing grass greens undercover. I would love to see that, but they've had some wonderful renovations here, so come on down to Taren Point. I know that they've got this streaming in the club, so if you want to come and join us, we'd love to see you. Home of the Scorchers. Building very much for a very solid open gender pennant season, I know. Speaking to Ray Pearce, the head coach here. This is Teeny Fitzgerald. She got berry on the back of her shirt. And a bit of a measure at the moment, but she's coming down looking to try and get a piece of chalk. And she has gone with it. Well done. Can they stem the flow? Fairly close game. Wendy Nelson's using the Taylor Redline Aqua. Teeny Fitzgerald's got the blue Taylor GTR. Rusty's got the Optimum Maroon Bowl. Oh, Maroon. Maroon. And Michelle Fellows has got the pink XGs. How good is lawn bowls? In the fig tree kit, this is Rusty. Didn't want to be known as anything else. So no doubt, as I dip my toe into the second season of broadcasting, we're getting to know all the different personalities here on the green. You can hear through the my microphone. It's got a windsock on it. It's a little bit breezy. Wendy Nelson very animated with her body movement. Just going to drop away with the Taylor Redline. Really needed to probably be another foot behind that pink bowl. Rusty is trying to draw to that. She draws to that pink bowl. She's generally going to get shot. She's not far away. Guts it. And well done. That was the last bowl that was put down by her opponent lead. And solid effort. Good positional bowl. There she is. Bit of a fast action. Now, we're going to try and keep this high. Is she trying to thread the needle? Yes, what a lovely bowl. And you know what? Let me see if we've got our cheer. And we do. Good job. Fairly close game. What can the skippers do? Classic pairs, walking pairs. My favourite version of the game. Or the sport. Cracking field, just quietly. Extremely good field. The depth here, looking at, I think we have current and former Jackaroos, about half a dozen of them. I think Michelle will realign her radar. Oh no! Unfortunately, the skipper Oh, then one down. She was holding two. Would have preferred to have come on the forehand. No. Just trying to think what Michelle might do here if I put him... Yeah, she's come and have a look. And you're allowed to. Take your time. Just come in and have a look. The only real shot that she's got is she's going to have to play a backhand. She either takes the one down if they think they're holding. No. You're going to have to come through that gap. This is where I wish I had. And I think both ladies are from Fig Tree Sports. They are. But if you do have any information on the ladies that we are broadcasting at the moment, any inside information, viewers, let me know. All right. Well, she's gone for the forehand. Magic fingers. And Wendy is suggesting that you're one down. No, she's got a different stance, whatever it works for her. He's looking for that maroon bowl. Who needs the hole? Gap. Oh, what a great effort. Unlucky. Got the measure. And this game of bowls can be cruel, particularly when you're holding shot and you cross the head. Just can't get the mat to change the momentum. And definitely gone a longer length again. On the tee. (6-1) Fellows over Fitzgerald. Women's Classic Pairs. Wonderful tournament here at the home of the Scorchers, Taren Point. Thank you to Callaghan Collision Centre. And of course, also, Katrina Wright Property Excellence for their sponsorship over this two-day tournament of Classic Pairs. Terrific field here at Metro South East region. This is a look of Rusty. That's what it looks like. We're on the right-hand side. I'll give you a wave. And her bowl coming into shot. Bowls are holding. That's a lovely bowl. However, Jack High. Unfortunately, Wendy's first bowl is on the left-hand side. And does make... Now, that has helped. A bit of good fortune. She's plummeted into her own short bowl and promoted it to give them a chance, but they've got no backwood. So at the change of the first walking pair, Michelle Fellow has first go. They're up 6-1. They've got to look at margin, get the win first, but then margin, because there are some significant teams here today. Then over the weekend, Cameron here, New South Wales rep, Dawn Heyman, Jackaroo, Jessie Cattell, Jackaroo, former Jackaroo Karen Murphy's here. That's just to mention a few. Genevieve Delves, representing Raymond Terrace, but Daphne Orbach is here. So it's the who's who of New South Wales women's bowls and Australian. So stay around. I don't need to do any entertaining. I just need to add a bit of colour. So here we go. Teeny Fitzgerald playing the wider hand, playing with some positive weight to either get under her teammate bowl, the Aqua Taylor Redline bowl, but she has ended up gone surfing at Cronulla Beach, which is not too far from Taren Point. Beautiful part of the world here. This is Michelle Fellows on screen. The first attempt was pretty decent. Good home. Doesn't count, but it covers. And yeah, good positional bowl. Have a look at the technique here from our skipper. It's a very sort of broader supporting stance. Lots of players adapt the best way they can, and this is holding. Lovely bowl. Well done. Can just get my... See the replay. For some reason my replay buttons aren't working at the moment. We might have to get the record button happening. And once we do that, we'll get the replays going. But it was a lovely shot. From 1 down to 2 up. All right. Plenty of exercise for our bowlers today. Green speed around about 14. We've got a number of clubs represented from all across the Metro South East region. That's made it better. Wendy and Teeny holding 2. Wendy, positional bowl required. Really needs to be on the right-hand side of the screen to get amongst those bowls. There you can see the instruction from skipper Michelle Fellows. Play your forehand. And that's as, because of the shade structures, that's as far back as my cameras will go. So anything in the ditch, we may have to use the middle camera, which we use for looking at the leads and the players on the mat. I would expect Michelle Fellows to probably be a little bit firmer with her weight. And this could be a nuisance bowl. Not quite, but it could get in Michelle's eye. It's definitely not in her line. So I've had a piece of chalk there. You'd be seeing on the left-hand side of the screen that Michelle Fellows, they're protecting a 5-shot lead at the moment. They are 2 down. But all she needs is a touch on that aqua bowl or even on the blue, and it's a lighter blue bowl of Teenies, gets to split, trails for 4. Now, she doesn't want to go crazy and kill it, but let's see how she lines up. Can't see from that angle. You can see where she's aimed it. She's gone a couple of feet. I don't know if it's going to hold. It's coming. Just going to get under. Now, that I like that weight. Very good. Here is skipper Tini Fitzgerald. It's really important she covers and counts. She's taken a right line, but she really needs to stay up and needs to reach about a yard through. She'd be disappointed with that. I know I would be. Okay. Not being cruel to be kind. I'm just being honest. Respectful. Okay. Similar line. How's the speed or weight? We got connection. Where's it going? Jack on bowl. That is a terrific shot. From 2 down to 4 up. Come on, where's the replay? Replay, come on. There it is. Terrific result. Back to live action. Just get the replays working there, my dear friends. Tell him blow. Well, looks like it was only 2. Well, it was more than that, but we'll have a look. The scoreboard does say 8-1 on 7. Fair number of spectators here today, so come on down. Big hello to our people watching the live stream, but also commentating. G'day to, as I said, to Edwina Skinner, Barbara Green, and Cherie the Forest Panda. G'day. Hope you're having a great Saturday. Long weekend Australia Day on Monday. Temperature here at Taren Point, 24.8. A north wind of about 20 kilometres an hour with some gusts up there around 30. And increasing through the day, and we've got lots of sunshine and minimal cloud. Well, Rusty, 2 crackers. Wendy needs to arrive. And encouraged by a skipper. Good weight. And good correction. About a medium to longer length. Walking pairs or classic pairs. Currently leading 8-1. Lawn bowls. Love it. Now playing classic pairs, which is I enjoy, but more so than 3-bowl pairs. Look at that. 1 foot slightly in front, but more of an upright stance compared to her opponent's skip. Wendy interested. Finishes in a good home. I do believe it's a respot on the tee if the end is killed or the jack goes out of bounds. Wendy, a bit of a push at the end there with her follow through. Wasn't as smooth, but it hasn't impacted her bowl greatly. skipper Tini Fitzgerald for Berry. Great to have all of our competitors here today. Fair effort again. And definitely one, maybe two. Look, they are getting the shots, but they're just not holding them. Tini hasn't had a lot of good fortune with the positive weight, and she's just rolled some bowls where perhaps staying high in her line would have been a little bit more a better option. But a terrific cricket season. Bazball. I generally play a more attacking style of classic pairs, and so I do risk at times turning a result over. Not intentionally, but you've got to reach for reward. Rusty really giving Michelle Fellows a good platform to protect the head. Wendy Nilsson's played pretty well too. I like this line. The north wind does tend to cross the green here from right to left, and she's trying hard. That is a beautiful bowl, but oh, she's touched it. Has it one in, one out, sort of. My replay button is taking a little while to come through, but yeah, fair effort. Fair effort from Rusty. He's got the shot. Wendy just needs to reach. Yeah, my apologies for missing that wonderful shot from Rusty. Sitting that bowl through, but my replay button is normally instantaneous, but there's about a 2-second delay on it. So when I do show you a replay, if the other player's quite quick on the mat, we're missing their shot. So we might adjust that over at the break when the women go for morning tea. Women classic pairs here at the home of the Scorchers, Taren Point. They're watching the crew from Fig Tree Sports. This is Michelle Fellows and her lead is Rusty. In the area. Fairly close. Tini. Good line. Good weight. Just got to hang. Oh, unlucky. It was a fair effort. Those gusts are around about 30k an hour. So my cameras microphones on my headset do pick up. Rusty's sort of suggesting to maybe pop a bowl on the right-hand side if you're looking at the screen, because if the jack does move, it should go out there. So I thought she might have stayed slightly higher, but didn't send it. Okay. Nothing to lose here. Needs to make positive contact. There's nothing really out there. She's already 1 or 2 down. That's a fair effort again. Be 2, maybe 3. And it is 3 shots. Viewers, the score does not match the quality of this game, the closeness of it. The heads have been fairly close, but they just haven't had enough bowls of their own. Close enough, and that's the idea of lawn bowls, isn't it? To win the game, you've got to have closer bowls than your opponent. And the Fig Tree combination have done it well. But Wendy and Teeny haven't been far off at all. Rusty really leading well. Another fair start. Yeah, effective bolt. When you're down 11-1 at 8 ends with 6 to go, the combination of Nelson and Fitzgerald are probably thinking, what do we need to do to get the mat? They've only had it once. Get distracted a little bit by looking at comments on YouTube on the coverage, and you forget to change the camera. I'm a one-man show here. I've got some IT support from Mr. Happy Bowler himself, who's broadcasting the matches Lightning Ridge, and he was just helping me with the technical support that I needed this morning when we had to change from rink 14 to rink 8, and we've got some incredible players here today. I will try and bring up the team lists for you. I just have to upload it and put it on there, but it's the who's who of New South Wales, particularly this very strong metropolitan southeast region. All right, Michelle Fellows representing Fig Tree, which is further south than where we are at the moment. Beautiful club here at Taren Point, but Fig Tree's also nice. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday morning, and thanks for choosing to come and hang out with me. Matt Harris is my name, and getting ready for our Open Gender Pennant season at my home club of DY Bowling Club. Paul Summers is our greenkeeper and chair of match and chair of selectors. We've got our selectors meeting happening on Tuesday about Open Gender Pennants. And well done. Nice. You know what? It's been a while. We're going to have to bring it in. Yeah, I missed a dancing frog. That was a request there from Jason Kozlowski, or Kozzy. But no, sooner do we put up the cop that. And Michelle Fellow says, anything I can do, anything you can do, I can do better. 2 down to 2 up. Fair line on the narrower hand. Just needed a couple more feet. Big bowl there from Michelle Fellows, keeping that scoreboard turning over. I was looking around on this green, which is the Jack Wills Memorial Green. This is green number 2, rinks 8 to 14. This is the biggest score that we've got at the moment. There are a couple of arm wrestles going on, and looking at the All the colours are on show here. We'll talk about the volunteers here. Scotty and crew are helping out, making sure that we're on the green on time. This is Rusty. Now, if any of my fellow viewers have any information on these players, let me know. I haven't had much of a chance to do my homework on some of the less known players in my textbook, but the more bowls that I broadcast of the women, the more I get to know more of the fringe players, not just the ones where you do Dr. Google and it comes up with a bit of a cheat sheet. Wonderful thing is here we've got Jessie Cattell bowling here, and she is the current New South Wales Female Bowler of the Year. She's playing. Don't think she's on this green this morning. But depending on how our event director Ray Pearce is able to obviously work an open draw, which is drawn randomly this morning, we are going to try and make sure we give you coverage, not just the best players from their profile, but it's all on the day. We've got Berry and Fig Tree. Fair bowl. We already had a couple there though. What's Wendy got to do? You obviously got to get the one closest, right? This is a narrow looking bowl, particularly on the wider hand, but she's played a fairly positive weight. Promoter own. Oh, thank you very much. Well done. I don't believe that was good fortune. I believe that was played for. So we're going to give you a bit of a cop that. And let's see if my replay will work. That's a 4-second delay. And yeah, all good. Michelle Fellows Fig Tree. Tricky hand. Wind fairly consistent, not too many gusts. Around about 20k an hour. Weight was good, you just got to send it a slightly higher line. Tini Fitzgerald on the backhand, trying to cover all those bowls there. The pink and the maroon ones are all against her. Cover and count. Oh, she really needed to be a bit further behind. Doesn't add to the count. Let's have a look at the line from Michelle. She's looking to aim about 2 feet across. Can't see it. Going across again. She needed to have some positive weight with that line. So, you'll be interested to see what Wendy Nelson says. Which hand can she play? She's actually got to play. Don't pop it in your pocket. No. Yeah. He really could have come onto that maroon bowl and done that. But if she hit it too hard, we're going to lose the shot. So, that number 1 isn't broken, by the way. It does work. They've moved on to 2. And I'm hoping that we are up to 9 ends. Come on down if you're in the area of Taren Point, or watch at home. We're going to be broadcasting all weekend. Yeah, the Women's Classic Pairs, live from the Taren Point Bowling Club. And welcome to YouTube Live Sports. You better be live in it. And that is correct score, 11-2 on 9. Fair start from Wendy Nelson. Plenty of action here. Club's gone through the refurbishments and renovations and it looks amazing. Bit of an off-end there from Rusty, change in length. You could see that the team of Wendy Nelson and Teeny Fitzgerald shortened it all up, where the team from Fig Tree had been playing medium to long. The Bomo Bolo representative, Wendy Nelson, that's what she's got on her shirt. And Teeny's got Berry on the back. A slightly higher stance. All about people's agility and restriction in movement at times. Well done. She's covering there. Done exactly what she needs to do. $14 ends, aren't we? No.
Yeah, 14 for all games.
Yep. And anything...
3 bowl pairs tomorrow.
Dead end.
Respot on the tee.
Respot on tee. Yeah. So 3 bowls tomorrow.
Yeah, traditional today, 3 bowl tomorrow.
Love it. We're streaming in the club, aren't we?
Hey?
We streaming in the club?
Yeah.
Terrific. It's all happening live, ladies and gentlemen. That's Ray Pearce. Very handsome man, Ray. Very spoken for, though. Oh, Mary Ingram. Hello. Big supporter here from Scotland. What's it like there, Mary? Morning, night. Normally it's almost midnight there, isn't it? Going to bed. Great to have you on board. Always a big supporter of YouTube Live Sports. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't. Follow us. Because if you do, it helps our coverage and helps you in what you can see. So we are looking at a change in momentum, perhaps. So today, classic pairs. Tomorrow, 3 bowl pairs. Which means they're probably going to play 4 rounds tomorrow, but we'll double check. This is Wendy Nelson. She's got the Aqua Taylor red line. This is what it looks like from her viewpoint. Matt, fair the way up, playing a short length. And it has caught the opponents off guard there, holding currently 4 shots. You know what Roski can do to correct. And she sent it. I can't see it. Oh, a bit of good fortune. But she gave it a chance. She did crash into that shorter bowl there of Teeny Fitzgerald. Yeah, well done. Teeny's applauding this bowl. Another one in the count. Look, there's only 9 shots in it. 6 ends to play. The maths are starting to get a little bit how you're going. That's just a little bit of Aussie slang for anyone watching from outside of the country. Generally means the percentages are getting less and less every end that they don't tend to score. Bowl's just sailing through a little bit. Now, got to be careful. Luckily, Teeny Fitzgerald has that blue bowl between the 2 maroon ones at the back to respot on the tee if the jack goes out of bounds. Well done to Wendy Nelson. She has basically drawn back to the centre line on most of her bowls, and she's done rather well to give her team the best chance possible. Teeny just needs to get another one in there. Fair line. Now, I wonder what Michelle is thinking. There was no sort of consultation with her partner, Rusty. Not too sure of how long these pairings have been together. We've had some pairings today that have been here for, you know, the first game together. Some composite sides, but there are also some very established teams as well. And no doubt they'll start to come apparent over the course of today and tomorrow. Well, we're just trying to keep everything moderate at the moment, viewers. Not pulling out all the tricks just yet. Okay. Where does Teeny put her next bowl? Another one in the head. Hopefully rolling out that maroon bowl, and she's looking like she's put another one in there, drawn back into the centre line. That's a really strong 2, maybe 3. Carla, I should say Michelle, a bit unsure with that left-hand bowl, which is against her. Now, she does just have to get under that. She gets under that, she cuts it down, or draw the shot. Fair line for that hand. Is it going to get down? She is using XGs. Oh, she got the fortune. Wow. Oh. We're holding 3. Let's have a look. We got the Reuben Wiki. I don't think she was playing for it. And she was trying to draw. I don't think my replay's going to show it. Nah, I have to press it sooner. Well done. That's bowls. Reached. Got the trail. And she got the... Cop that. Like she would have been looking at the crystal ball going, if I can just trail that, get an edge, and pick up 3. Yeah, I didn't see. She was in the area. And that's bowls. Got to create your own luck, and sometimes you get none of it. And that's generally how things play. And look, those 3 shots could mean the difference between winning the competition and placing out of the money. There you go, Mary. I knew roughly what time it was over there. We've spoken before. Very wet and windy in Fife. So pretty standard night for you then, Mary from Scotland. My brother-in-law, Mark Skadeen, is from Scotland. And I have been to Glasgow and Edinburgh and about 25 years ago. Love to be there to broadcast the Commonwealth Games, but I'm not the flavour of the month with Bowls Australia, or World Bowls, in fact. You've got to sort of brown nose someone. No, I'm not that type of person. I'm a polite person, I believe. Good values and good parents. Big Catholic upbringing, but I've got enough broadcasting and commentating. I've actually commentated lots of multi-endurance sports for about 3 decades. And last year I had an opportunity to broadcast some bowls, and I've known Boyd Dumbrell, the happy bowler, for a couple of years. And he said, Matty, you and Benny T, and now we've got Timmy from South Australia. We've got a really, Jason up in Queensland. We've got a really good bunch of broadcasters here at YouTube Live Sports. And if you've seen any of the stuff on socials, make sure you like and subscribe us. And if you're technologically mind and sound, and you'll see all the information. But we are streaming from 3 clubs for the Platinum Pennant. I'll be at Carlingford. We're also doing East Maitland and also the home games of Warilla. So we will be letting you know all the action that will be unfolding. So make sure you pay attention to our broadcast schedule. We'll keep focusing our attention on the task at hand at the moment. 10 ends, 14-2. Momentum killer, as Wendy and Teeny were trying to sort of launch an assault to try and drag back this lead. Michelle Fellows plays a very good weighted bowl in the area, gets the trail, picks up 3 after being down 3 herself. So a 6-shot turnaround. You do the math up there. Would have been 11-5 instead of 14-2. Wider hand, north wind, around about 15 to 20 k an hour. Beautiful day. Green speed running about 14. Plenty of spectators here. Lovely bowl there from Michelle. Not far off the centre line. Teeny. Bowl's on its way. We've got 3 cameras in operation. Guts it. Well done. Searching bowl. We might get it. Wanted to eat it. Got the edge. And they're holding 4 shots. There you go. Definitely 3 and a measure for 4. Fair effort here from Rusty. From 3 down to 1 up. That's a lovely bowl. Wendy needs to find something. She'll be looking for a correction. Victory Sports. Let's see the direction. This is the narrower hand. Probably aiming out towards... Well, the jack has moved. So she's well and truly aiming out at the number on the other rink. And how good's her memory? Look at this, viewers. Probably has drawn a second. Looking at banking that margin now. I'll let you know what the round 2 matchup looks like. Fair effort, Wendy. Lovely line. Definitely a correction on what she needed to do. So, viewers, when I'm actually broadcasting and commentating, I'm trying to put a skipper's hat on. I'm trying to think of different positions, options of what you'd like to do. And my opinion's just one opinion. It's the one that matters on this coverage because I'm the commentator. Once things settle down, we'll probably have Ray Pearce and a couple other people in guest commentary, which would be great. But my viewpoint is more of an attacking viewpoint, more so than a conservative one. In these 2-day tournaments, you need the wins. You need to win as many games as possible, but you also need to look after your margin. So I've got all of that together with my broadcasting where I'm looking at shots. Now, I'm not surprised to see Michelle attack with positive weight. She was holding 1, measure for 2, and now she's only holding 1. But look, she probably wished she was slightly higher in her line. It has given Teeny a little bit more of an opportunity. There's a couple of bowls she could use. So now, Carla, I know a Carla Fellows. Michelle needs to continue playing her backhand, which she's doing. You look at her line, she's probably aiming out at two. Probably not the best way to see with Teeny. Okay, there we go. She's gone to the left of the mat. The breeze will hold this out. She does stay down and very low. Watch this bowl come back as it comes into screen. She's trying to either promote that maroon bowl, and she's done that. Well done. Okay. Wendy is saying, come through, hit my blue aqua bowl, give it a chance. It's a good area. Just depends on her weight. Didn't get back as much as I thought. That's the Taylor GTR. 2 out. Magic fingers. And she's conceded 3. Well, they are now hemorrhaging shots. It was an arm wrestle early on, but a couple of key sort of errors and some good fortune, some good consistent bowling, been very well rewarded. Medium length again. 3 ends to play. Got a bit of a wrong bias come in. Whoopsie. Good start, Rusty. Yeah. Very deserving with their lead now. Rusty's been very consistent. Wendy and Teeny, they've done, they've played well. They've just been outplayed. That's what I love about this sport. Ah, well done. You know what? Not giving up. Terrific. The 2026 Women Classic Pairs live from the Point, the Taren Point Bowling Club, the home of the Scorchers. Good line for that bowl, which is a maroon Optima. Very welcome to all of our viewers. Hope you're having a lovely morning. And thank you to our sponsors, of course, Taren Point, but Katrina Wright Property Excellence. And they're focused on getting the best results for you with your property. And also thank you to Callaghan Collision Centre, the trusted automotive body repair specialist in the Sutherland Shire. Well done to our greenkeepers, did a great job getting the greens ready for this 2-day tournament. The Women Classic Pairs. And tomorrow, it'll be 3-bowl pairs. And we have got the who's who of Metro Southeast and across the state. We have people from Tamworth, Harbord, of course from the Shire. We have people from Metro Northwest, Metro Northeast, Metro Southwest, and Metro Southeast, along with all the other 16 regions that are represented. Very glary here. Makes it difficult to sort of see monitors, but see how we go. Michelle Fellows, ball on its way. He's using XGs. Needed a clear run. Teeny Fitzgerald on the mat. No fuss. Gets on. agility and mobility. Probably making her technique not unique, but you have a look at Michelle, she does get a little bit lower down. Well, I talk about people's age, but you know, we have some people who have played a lot of sport, a lot of contact sports, and their backs don't work real well, so that's why we have bowling arms and people bowling with different techniques. Look, Michelle has really played a positive game, and I really applaud that. I'm not going to call it the Bazball bowls, but she has really played to attack the jack at times and has really turned heads over by doing that. But the good thing is she's had positional bowls both from herself and Rusty, her lead, which has enabled them to convert into points on the board. I mean, Michelle didn't have a back bowl, but she went with it. The team of Fitzgerald and Nielsen, they got 3 seconds, but they don't count. Advice from Michelle was play either hand, whatever you like to see, which is simple, clear, and not complicated. I like that. The flags are not doing as much, and because she's had to throw it wider, I haven't really walked on that part of the green, so you know, I'd probably turn it over and play the other hand. It's a bit tricky. The ladies haven't been walking down that side, so... And with the jack moving, it also changes the line, so it makes it harder.
Yeah, girl, get another bowl in the head.
Now you heard that, Michelle. Need another bowl in the head. If one comes out, they're down 3. She's going to persist with the backhand. See, she's narrowed it up because normally it is the wider hand, but... Trying hard. Turney asking Wendy for another couple of metres. Wendy, be aware of that. Close. Oof. Had she landed that bowl, I would have been there for 3. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. All right, Michelle. I really enjoy seeing how she uses the mat. Going on the inside of the mat. Try and get this bowl to come under those bowls. And she's done well. Teeny. Let's see how this bowl goes. Good weighted, just needed to adjust the direction. Couple ends left, 14 ends this morning and this afternoon. Michelle showing all her experience. Just moving on the mat. And looking like she's trying to put another one in there. And she has. Well, she's definitely got a bank to sit on here, Teeny. Look, you've got nothing to lose. You can clear all those 3 out now and stay for 3 or 4. Oh, it's on its way. Come on, Teeny. No bias here. No holes. And she's done it. Well done. Good on you, Skip. Round of applause. He was 3 down. Plenty of room to draw. Bowls to sit on. Thank you very much. Never give up. The game is gone, but you need to minimise the damage because you've got still, it's a long 2 days. It is a long weekend, the Australia Day long weekend, but you've got to look forward to the next game, but try and get a bit of momentum. We're going up and back. 2 ends to play. Once again, the girls have thrown a shorter length. They did that when they won the mat last time, just to try and put the Fig Tree team off their rhythm. Good start here from Wendy as a lead with her first 2 bowls. Get bowls in the head. She's holding 2. Rusty obviously looking for a correction on her last. Good weight now. Her line was good on the first one too. She wouldn't be too displeased with that. It's in play. And that bowl from Rusty has allowed her skipper Michelle to play a positive bowl to try and displace Wendy's. Wendy's bowl is in front of Jack high, but the bowl is still there to promote onto the Jack. I would imagine that Michelle will play her backhand, but she could use her forehand and come off that shorter bowl of Wendy to impact onto the Jack. But let's see what Teeny does first. Obviously another bowl in the head. And that's out of sight. Let's see. What do you reckon, viewers? If you were a skipper, what would you be doing? So Michelle, she's still gone on to the inside of the mat. That's pretty much where she stands. Very compact delivery, nice and smooth, good process, narrower hand, good weight, fair effort. Wind around about 15 to 20k an hour. So when you play a yard of weight, it's challenging. Okay. Looks like Michelle is going to look at the art of correction. No change on the mat. She should have similar weight. She's gone slightly higher. Now, green probably quickened up just a little bit, but that bowl got back more than I thought at 11 o'clock. Quite funny. Wendy forgot it was her turn. She's not been used to being first on the mat. And she just had a bit of a giggle. Rusty just tapped her on the shoulder and said, your turn, girlfriend. Clear run. Well done. Back's covered. Rusty on the backhand. She's got that pink ball she can land. Or she just comes around. They're at no risk of losing the match, but they want to maintain this positive margin they've got right now. A lot of people go in after their first round and have a look on the board, which we will bring you once we have the Excel document. And you can see where all the players are. But I'm not surprised to see a lot of interest on this live stream on YouTube Live Sports. It's the who's who of bowls. You know, we've got 4 to 5 former and current Jackaroos playing, which is exceptional. I'll grab a Zupa Duper once I'm finished. Scotty's given us the great Zupa Dupers. Wonderful hospitality. But as soon as I start thinking about sucking on an ice block, I forget to change my cameras. Some of the benefits of having an ADHD diagnosis. You know, and I might be able to promote myself to a P plate rather than an L, I reckon now, in my second season of broadcasting community sport, particularly bowls. But I'm a bit of a conductor here. Got 3 monitors, 3 cameras. Luckily, I don't have a co-commentator at the moment, and we will get one in soon, I promise. If you don't like hearing my dulcet tones. But everything seems to be working. This is Teeny. Good shape. Trying to cover and count. Okay. I think Michelle needs to make contact, or Rusty, draw, get me second shot. She's allowed to put her foot there. You just can't put anything on the ground, just she can't put her bowls cloth on the ground. Good shape from Michelle. Those XGs do get back. And that's a really good effort. That might be second shot. It's a measure for the second now, but that's where Rusty was asking for that bowl, and that's where a good teamwork is around a good pairing. You saw in the Australian Open, the special Ks, Kokonakis and Kyrgios got knocked out in the first round. Individually, they're pretty good players. Well, they were, until the injury, but they didn't make such a great pairing in the doubles, even though they won a double slam. Pairs in bowls is the same. Good communication, not over the top, but clear and concise. Not surprised to see Michelle try and take a narrower line to sit that bowl. Promoting another one. Not sure if that's in the count. Definitely one out. Looks like it could be 2. The old Bob coming out. I did have the song that I could play with it, but YouTube tapped me on the shoulder for copyright with Bob the Builder. Looks like it could be 3, maybe 4, 3. 3 shots. That's a good pickup. They're able to hold them. I believe this is our last end of the morning's play. And thank heavens, because nature is calling. But welcome, viewers, to the Women's Classic Pairs live from Taren Point Bowling Club, home of the Scorchers. And no doubt you found your way to YouTube Live Sports. You better be live in it. Thanks for joining us. Skippertini. Fitzgerald wants another shorty. Good speed of play from this grouping. Pretty much, they look like they'll be maybe the second one's off. And looking at the state of play on the other green, yeah, they're starting to finish up too. So both greens look like they're probably running around 14. I will have a chance in this morning tea break. I believe we're going to have 3 games today as a minimum. I will keep this broadcast going for our first 2 rounds, and then there'll be another link that you'll need to click on to catch up with the 3rd round. So try and keep you updated with the state of play. 1 shot currently to Wendy Nielsen's. Yeah, thank you, Forrest Wombat. And Cozzy. And Pinky, well done. We do have a bowler with pink bowls here, Pinky. Looking forward to playing some bowls with you in the Metro Northeast region, Newport, on a day tournament there on their new synthetic green. Cozzy and Pinky, I hope you had a pretty good Chrissy and New Year. Both are in the entertainment business and very colourful characters, so thanks for joining us on the coverage. Yeah, look, the score hasn't reflected the closeness of this game. There's been a couple of ends, but been a couple of threes. And thank you for your observation with your intellect there, Forrest Wombat. It's yeah, it's not easy being on the live stream if you're not used to it, but the ladies have behaved beautifully, and I didn't get a chance to have a chat to them before the match to ask them where I'd need them to stand, because it was, to be honest, it was chaos after we had to move the whole setup from rink 14 to rink 8. I was cruising for a bruising, and then with about 30 minutes before play, the Wi-Fi didn't want to talk to us about 20 metres away. So we've moved closer to the clubhouse, and the Ken Bentham pairs we broadcast from here and had no problem. So we might have to look at getting another different modem or option for using Wi-Fi from the satellites and bypassing our telecommunications of Telstra, which is a bit of a shame in metropolitan Sydney, but it is what it is. We actually did mark the green specifically as well, and we had a bit of an all-star cast for our first round match on rink 14, but you never know. I will tell you who our next players up are at the conclusion of this match. played in good spirits this match. I mean, some nice conversation, and I'm not too sure roughly what they've been talking about, but we'll look at the state of play here.
A little trail would be nice.
The request from Michelle is a little trail. That sort of bowl there hanging on the left-hand side is sort of asking to be relocated by the opponents. There's Genevieve Dills, who's just come and picked up a bowl, one of our superstars here from today, representing Raymond Terrace. Alrighty. So, Michelle has last bowl. What can Teeny do? She now needs a little trail herself. Let's see how she goes. Fair area. That hand does turn more. Bowl or jack. Sit and stay. That is a lovely bowl. I have pressed the replay at my risk because we will miss Michelle's attempt. And she just missed it. We're back live. She basically cleared out the back bowl, just missed it. But I thought it was worthy to bring out. Well, good finish here from Teeny. I believe they're holding 3, but that's a good bad bowl, unfortunately. She has blocked the hole. Both can go. If it's a respot, they hold the tee at the moment. But I don't think she's going to use that velocity. A little trail, and if it goes the right way, they could pick up 3 shots. Let's see how she goes. She's been pretty accurate. And this is a little high with that weight. But you never know. So, 3 shots, 2, and look at that. Love seeing the hugs. Love seeing the camaraderie. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls viewers, that's round 1 of 7. Done. I hope that's whet your appetite. It definitely has mine. To go to the bathroom and have something to eat. Come on down to Taren Point, or better still, sit in your armchair and have a watch. Well, congratulations to the team from Victory Sports, Michelle Fellows and Rusty, taking the win over Wendy Nelson and Teeny Fitzgerald. We're going to have a short break, and we're bringing to you the round 2 action of a pairing from Harbord, Jane Gibson and Virginia Longfellow. Suzanne Fisher, who's watching from home at Monavale, will be appreciative of that. And they're taking on the Mike from Cambridge Club of, might be Shane Saunders and Deb Saunders. So we're going to obviously keep the coverage live. We're going to put up my my little women's classic pairs, and I'd imagine we're going to be back on the green in about 15 minutes at 11:30. We'll see you soon. Thanks for watching. Go and get a cup of tea or a coffee. We'll see you. Alrighty. Yeah, ba-ba. Yeah, ba-ba-ba. Oh, stop getting a Richie Benno on. G'day, viewers. Matty Harris is back. Round 2. 2026 Women's Classic Pairs. Home of the Scorchers, the Taren Point Bowling Club. Second round action. Walking pairs. The Women's Classic Pairs. And no doubt you found your way to the live stream of YouTube Live Sports. You better be live in it. And my name's Matty Harris, and welcome to the coverage of round 2. Now, our combatants, our pairings, are just getting through their one and only trial end. I believe this group of women playing on green 1, actually I should say green number 2, we're on green 1. And we are spoilt for choice. On the rink next to us, we have the GOAT, Karen Murphy, along with Jessie Cattell, the Cabramatta Bull Ants crew. You can see Karen on the screen there left. But here we have, they're not the Saunders sisters, but they have got the same surname as Saunders. We have Sian Saunders, and she's using the purple Optimas. She's from Cambridge Club, as is Deb Saunders. She's got the XG blue and green bowls. They've come all the way from WA. They were here last year and loved it so much. And we've got the crew from Metro Northeast. Now I'm hoping that the club at Harbord are streaming this. We've got Jane Gibson, or Gibbo. She's got the turquoise GTRs from Harbord, and Virginia, not Fellows, Longfellow, got the XGs in the blue. Now, both Jane and Virginia are both representative players from the Metro Northeast. I have nothing about Sian or Deb. So, if you are watching from WA, no doubt you're a couple of hours behind us. We'd love to hear anything about everything about our players in front of us. We've managed to get our signage a little bit better placed to bring it into play. We have got some terrific sponsors, which we will talk about throughout the course of the coverage. And a welcome to all of you. Boss War Eagle, great to have you. Great to have you, boss. Nice to have Forest Wombat. Just having a quick look at the comments between Forest and Boss. So I hope to welcome all of you to the family, YouTube Live Sports family. And we better change the cameras now to make sure that we've got it all happening. See, very easy to be distracted when I'm controlling all the cameras. And I've missed the start of play. Now, I blame you, viewers, for all the comments that you've been leaving, because I'm trying to catch up. And look at that start. Cop that, Team Harbord. Now, the position of my camera is right almost on the bank, so it does make it extremely difficult to capture the long shot of our players. So I will make sure that our camera of the players on the mat is well set, and definitely try and lift my game of broadcasting from the L plate to being on fire. So once again, welcome. Now, with that mat coming up so far up the green, and that's what the crew from WA have done. I have to move my cameras so I can capture some of the players on the mat. So I think I've got them in shot now. And then the head. So the way I do my broadcast, viewers at home, is I have empathy for what you're looking at. I try and keep my commentary light, informative. And for those female viewers out there, I try and minimise my mansplain. Now, if you want to look up what mansplain means, boys, have a look at it. It's basically stating the obvious. First end of round 2. Probably so we're having a first look at Virginia Longfellow. She has got the blue XGs, and currently the Western Australian team are holding shot, but not after that. Wow, Virginia Longfellow. I think you might want to say, let's do that, and away we go. Well done. So it is Harbord holding two shots. This is Sean. And mean business coming all the way from WA. Oh, fair effort. I like that. You can see how far the mat's up. It's at almost the minimum distance. So it's going to keep me on my toes with my camera angles. This is Jane Gibson. GTR turquoise. Played in Harbord's Grade 2 side last year. Might have been even having a crack in the ones. We have 7 pennant grades in the open gender, which is starting in about 3 weeks. This is Sian Saunders, Optima, purple. Deb, very encouraging from the Cambridge club. Yeah, well done. Gave herself a chance. So Virginia calling Jane on the backhand. She uses that arm to support. Keeps it fairly well out. She has got long levers. Good line. North wind still continues. Around about 24 degrees. And got a toucher. Good weight. Good position. Let's have a little look to see as they change over if I've been able to capture that highlight. In the area. At least 3 shots, thank you very much. Deb Saunders. Goodbye, Mr. Chalky. Well done. He's made connection. I won't go the replay yet because it's just taking too long to come back. You can hear that wind's fairly consistent. It looks like she's tacking again. Oh, Final bowl of the first end. Virginia Longfellow. I believe they're holding 2. Of course, they've gone such a minimum distance, you won't be able to see that bowl come in. Fairly good area, needs to stay off that front one, just around and land it. Well done. Could it be 3? Could be a measure for 4. Actually, no. It's definitely 2 out. The purple bowl is Sean's bowl. Time to bring out Bob. I think those bowls of Deb do beat that one, and it is 2 shots. So, well under the Metro Northeast girls of Harbord. They're on the scoreboard first. Let's see the tactics of the Harbord girls. Definitely gone slightly longer. Almost like a shooter stance there for Jane. I am a Bowls Australia accredited coach, so I'm doing my best to be informed with all the latest information. I have had a hotline to the Bowls Australia coaching team to try and keep myself informed about coaching people with bowling arms, supporting people from para-bowls with disability. One of my coverages at the end of last year was with Deaf Bowls Australia. Really quite a wonderful experience that was. So plenty of scope, plenty of spectators here. Coming down and have a go at the Yum Cha here at Taren Point Bowling Club. Delicious. Lots of people here. Today is classic pairs and tomorrow is 3-bowl pairs. But as I was speaking to a couple of people at the short break, it is a who's who of bowls royalty. We have the current New South Wales Female Bowler of the Year, Jessie Cattell. She has paired up with her Cabramatta Bullant teammate, the GOAT, Karen Murphy. And there are 2. One's a current Jackaroo and one's a former Jackaroo. I spoke to Dawn Heyman. They got up just. Another Jackaroo. I think former Jackaroo would have been Genevieve Dills. We'll have to do a bit of information and some research on. And that's just to mention a few. There's Kay Moran. And they're not even going into our over 60 state players. People who've won numerous championships in the last state season. So no doubt once I bring up the entrance list, which you can go onto the Taren Point Facebook page, you'll be able to see who's here, but I might upload that so I can bring it in. So just bear with me as I bring in a file. I haven't saved it. I'll have to export that as best I can. We'll stay with the action. This is Deb Saunders from the Cambridge Knights Club in Western Australia. Great to have them here. This is skipper Virginia Longfellow for the Harbord Hawks. She's bowling with the... But... I think that's been written down incorrectly. I believe Jane is bowling with the turquoise with the blue bowl, and Virginia's bowling with the turquoise bowl. My sidekicks have given me a little bit of a bum steer there. I believe Virginia's bowling with GTRs, and they are turquoise, and Jane's bowling with blue XGs. Now let's have a look what's in her hand. Definitely look like XGs. Sorry about the close-up there, Virginia. I should say Jane. And then you press the wrong camera. WA girls are in a bit of trouble here. Still plenty of bowls left. Has the head set up well. And Deb's obviously very much a very encouraging skipper. Very animated in there. Ducking out of the way to make sure that she doesn't spoil the view of our viewers. Now, if you don't hear me talk about some of the comments that are on YouTube Live Sports, just means I haven't accessed the comments section for a little while. Where I'm seated, it's very difficult to see the YouTube live stream. Very good bowl here from Jane. Covering and counting. That is 4 bits. It's really up to Shan. He's got an Australian Open shirt on, so they do travel, as you'd expect people over in the West. Looking for her own. Find the hole in the area. Well done. It could be second shot. But we rely on Bob the Builder to help us out. Okay, so both teams up and out. What's happening? Beautiful conditions, a little bit windy, but not hot. It's supposed to be a scorcher tomorrow. This is Virginia getting ready to send her turquoise bowls on the way. They could be GTRs, but we won't get too caught up with the brand. Let's see how they go with using them. Good area. That is Jane's bowl coming in. She might get a little sneaky under there, and she does, and she counts. Trying to see how Deb actually approaches this. All right, Virginia. Thank you, Razor. That's Ray Pearce, for those people who don't know. Nicknames of a very good former Jackaroo and current New South Wales over 40, but played numerous games for New South Wales. Was a footballer, got hurt and came to lawn bowls, which is rugby league's loss, but our gain. Okay, so you're one down. Deb looking for that blue bowl to the right of Jane Gibson. She's in the area. She's got to get down. It looks great. What a shot. Well done. Let's have a look at that on the replay. Crowd goes wild. This is what happens when you give it grass. You trust your weight. Land it, plant it, shot. Well done. Well, both teams are away on the scoreboard now. Been watching the Big Bash of late. and FOMO. We might have to bring in a bit of the BBL language, because don't go away. We're in for a bit of a treat. Okay, so it's interesting. So from one extreme to the next, we need to adjust the cameras. And she's throwing that all the way on the tee. You can see how far that mat is up, adjacent almost to my commentary level. And we will probably adjust camera 2 just to see if we can. Yeah, that's as much as my camera will zoom out. We'll have the changeover. Sian has got the shot, but I believe that the head is equally placed. So, viewers, I do tend to try and go into not too much technical stuff, but if I'm a skipper and I'm about to bowl, which would be Deb, she's going to have to change the situation up, because the hardboard team, Virginia, should be playing her forehand to trail that jack. So let's just see what Deb does. Oh, but she's already got one covering, so she might want another bowl in the head. And I'm going to check out her technique, because I don't know what I saw then, but I don't know if she's leading with the same foot that she's bowling with the arm. I don't think she'd be doing that, but yeah, it's a fair effort. I'm being harsh. It's a pretty good bowl, but is it going to stay in play? Because most of the time, the jacks go back. So you can see from what Virginia's trying to play, she's trying to come down to that, trail that bowl, which is to the right of the screen, which is her partner's, Jane Gibson. Deb would be looking for that right-hand bowl of Jane. Probably needed a foot more, but very wobbly, very nicely pointed. Better bowl here from Virginia. You'd expect players of this quality to adjust. And commentators curse. She went narrower, but just didn't have the weight to execute the shot. So see how this head's being set up now. This is why I love classic players, because the leads are now getting to play one on two ends. This is our third. Shana's already got her bowl at the back there covering, but they can see what Harbord are trying to do. So I would imagine that she's still going to play. That wind seems to have moved. I'll talk about the wind direction because it has changed. It looks like it could be a westerly now, more than from the north. WA players used to playing in the wind. Fair effort here. Shan. Could be a measure for two. Still no change of shot for Jane Gibson. Look at the arm. She's got long levers. She's a taller woman. More like a shooter stance with the foot. And the other foot's planted on the ground is her aiming foot. This normally is the wider hand. But she obviously used some positive weight there to try and change the position of the head. Shan trying to get to that blue bowl to the right. She sits that and rolls it. They're holding a handful. Good home there. Splitting up those two bowls of Harbord of Virginia Longfellow. Okay. Let's have a look at the correction. You can see that right foot, almost like a shooter stance. This is a better bowl. Just got to get down. Any connection. Okay. Measure for second. Shan definitely holding from Cambridge Knights. But as I was saying before, if I don't get to your comments on your okay, so Daniel, what a shot! That's insane. Daniel, what's your relation? You've got the same surname, so I'm assuming hubby or brother, or maybe dad. I don't know. Tell us your relation there. And Carmen Plaza, welcome to the coverage again. I will speak to Razor. I don't believe that the results are available on Bowls Link. I will be basically putting up an Excel spreadsheet where I'll put up the table, but I'll get that probably at lunch. So once I know, I'll let you know. Fair effort here. Connection. If you're in the Taren Point area, come down here and bring your autograph book, because it is the who's who of not just New South Wales bowls or this region, of the world. We have some very talented women here. As I mentioned, half a dozen current or former Jackaroos. We have New South Wales players, and she leads forward with her same leg. Normally, when you deliver an underarm bowl, you go opposite leg to arm. But look, what a great effort. So I don't know what that is called. I might have a chat to Deb to try and find out. And I'll do that now quickly while Virginia goes down and tries to play a shot. Didn't mean to hopefully interrupt Virginia's bowl there, but I was just speaking to Deb. And yeah, she's goofy foot when she serves and things, but yeah, viewers, if you watch Deb's delivery, she bowls right-handed, but leads and steps forward with her right foot. PE teacher of close to 4 decades. That's not the way we coach. Whatever works. And you can see from the shot there that the one shot, and then the mat goes up again. Clear tactic from the crew from WA. Good start by both leads. Also, viewers, I'll try and speak to Ray Pearce to see if he can provide me with a link. I think if you have a look at the Taren Point website or Facebook page, I don't believe that there's a link to it, but we'll find out. As we know that the viewers of YouTube Live Sports love to be informed, definitely want to be entertained by tuning in. And look, you know what? I hope you appreciate my version of coverage. I'm different to the happy bowler, Boyd Dumbrell, and I'm different to Benny T. Matty Harris is my version. I know only one way, and that's pretty sincere and honest, with a little bit of light entertainment if I can. And if you don't like what I'm saying, just turn the volume off. Or come and have a chat and help me out. I've been broadcasting multiple sports of triathlon and ocean swim and athletics and so forth. And I've had some pretty good role models, pretty good mentors. Can't wait for the Winter Olympics to come up. Big fan of Bruce McAvaney, Richie Beno, just to mention a few. And there are some very good bowls commentators around. Definitely on YouTube Live Sports. So it's 2 apiece and 3. The women's classic pairs. This is Deb Saunders. Watch this delivery. Right arm, right leg. If it makes your eyes go a bit funny, it's doing it to mine. But it does well. Commentator's curse. Needed a little bit more on it. Okay, the head's setting up well with no one really nailing the jack. Let's see what Virginia can do. Representing the Harbord Hawks. Very successful bunch of women in the Metro North East. And both these players from Harbord are in the regional, inter-region side, which will be happening, in a week or two. I'm not that familiar with the Bowls New South Wales information on calendar and everything else, but after the new year, I'm sort of a little bit rusty. No disrespect to our player who just played. But there you go, on the left of screen, you've got Cabramatta taking on Taren Point, and there's Karen Murphy. But here we look at the focus on Sian Saunders, Optima, purple, on the backhand. Maybe just trying to give Deb a little bit of assistance. Roll that bowl up. Not too much movement. Got the shot. Ah, good luck. That was played for. You're in the area. She could have got around it and landed those bowls, but the howlers, the Reuben Wickies, the unpredicted ones are the ones that don't cause me grief because it's part of the sport. Jane Gibson. Wasn't going to die wondering with that. But she's entered in a good home because now they have the tee. And they may have had it anyway, but that bowl is still in play that Jane just played. Sian Saunders on the backhand. Pretty compact delivery. Looking at trying to get to that Virginia Longfellow turquoise GTR. Line is good. She just wants to plant that and sit it for another one, and she has. Well done. That's a lovely shot. Now, I'm not going to go to a replay because we need to see the execution of Jane Gibson. That's normally the drawing hand now. I'll double check with the weather. And one out. Yeah, just looking at some of the commentary, some of the comments. Carmen Plaza, well, that's your handle anyway. You've seen the young Deb Saunders doing that. Yes, I'd probably fall flat on my face too. With that tick of delivery, with the same foot as same arm. Have a look. You know, as a sports scientist, away she goes. Everything else is compact. Great to have them coming from WA. You're obviously thinking they've got a little bit of a chance, but the chance to play against some of the best in the world. You know, I want to draw the card. I want to play against the best female bowler in New South Wales of the year, Jessie Cattell, who's in the on the screen there on the left. She's paired up with Karen Murphy, so good luck taking them on. Anyone's beatable. Top of the day. Virginia. Good effort. West Australian mob holding 2. Where does she go? Slightly high. Covering and counting. Well done. Okay. Virginia needs to play the forehand, unless she's going to be playing the backhand with weight. I think she is. Okay, well, there's no openness. She's going to hopefully look for a little bit of good fortune by reaching, sitting. It's holding. She may get the shot bowl out. Oh, that is all against her. We could have a 6 count. 2 out. 4 out. Definitely 5. That one hurts. Viewers, I'm not Virginia, but if she had a time over again, probably playing the forehand. Now, I was going to try and get a picture of Michelle Pfeiffer, because that is a 5. Not over celebration there from Team Saunders. No relation, these two girls. But a very good pickup. Plenty of time. Only 4 ends down. Yep, pretty windy. And I was in the process of looking at the wind change. It's going to be coming from the west, because the forecast tomorrow is going to be very warm. I wouldn't be too unhappy with that bowl from Sean. You know, he has the standards, and she'd probably want to only be 70 centimetres behind, but she's on the line. Well done, Jane. Jack high bowl with a bit of a gap between. So, not giving Sean much room to plant a bowl. Once again, good line from Sean. Two on the tee. No panic stations on that one. I can basically shake the players' hands from where I'm sitting, with the mat being brought all the way up. Another short end from the Cambridge club. Oh, okay, well done. Oh, Jane's just shaking her head. She brought out Mr. Chalky, but thankfully she went with it, because she took it away from her shot and dragged the bowl, the Jack, to the 2 Sean bowls. And as we mentioned, those bowls were in play. Definitely. Deb Saunders. Her first attempt of 4. Yep. Okay. Well, Matt Harris, you've got to have a good look at yourself. West. Work out where the sun was going. West is behind me. It's a nor'easter. My apologies, viewers. It's 27 degrees. Wind from the northeast at around about 30 kilometres. So it's beautiful conditions, but a little bit breezy. So the wind was coming from the northwest. It's now switched around to the northeast. Virginia backing up her lead. Jane. Well done. Well, viewers, welcome to the coverage. If you just joined us, maybe you're looking at lunchtime. We're bringing you all the action. The Women's Classic Pairs, live from Taren Point Bowling Club. You found your way here. Make sure you like and subscribe. YouTube Live Sports. Youtubelive'N IT. We're bringing you the action of round 2. Between the team from Western Australia, the Saunders girls, no relation, and the Harbord Hawks from Metro North East. Very competitive game, although where's Jane? How's her memory? She's having to play on the backhand where she did trail the jack on her forehand. Nice bowl coming in here. Just not counting, but a nuisance bowl for this team trying to draw. Shan has had to go slightly higher. Fair effort. Still 3 to Harbord. Really important that these girls hit back immediately. It's a bit like if you're watching a running race and someone surges and they're sort of either bluffing you to think that they can hold on, or they're just trying to put in a bit of an effort to sort of put you out of sight, out of mind. But the Harbord Hawks have to pick up a multiple here. Now, it is quite tricky because Shan Bowl is coming in and it's on the running surface. So, not a big fan of this line from Jane. Is she going to get under? And she has. Well played, Jane. It might have flopped out and not counted, but that was good bowling. Now, the thing that Shan has done for Deb is that bowl is now on its running surface, and she just has to play maybe 3 foot or a yard of weight and promote that bowl. If she's slightly under, she connects into the 3 Harbord bowls. At the moment, they are looking at 3 down. Let's see what she does. Her line's pretty good. It's coming into play. Don't want to be guilty of the early call. Makes contact. Under. No holes. Okay. Probably deserved a better result there. Still 3 down. So where does Virginia go? She could have played their shot for them, but she really wanted to keep away from that Shan Saunders purple Optima. Okay. All right. She just needs another foot of weight. Been pretty deadly with her draw shots at the moment, Deb. Got a bit keen. Good to see Virginia Longfellow coming to the head, slowing the game down, lunches after play, and they're knowing that this is quite an important end. But welcome to the coverage, everyone. Hope you're enjoying watching the Taren Point Classic pairs. Ouch. My apologies, viewers. I turned my head away from the screen for one moment just to try and update YouTube, and I must have given you a wrong call there. Anyway, we move on. I actually thought the Harball girls were holding shot then. They probably were. Looked away. We will try and get Deb out of the road. But these players are, particularly the Western Australian crew, moving the mat around, so keeping me on my toes. I'll just speak to the cameraman and say, hey, get your cameras in line. At least the scoreboard's right, 8-2. Well done, Sean. Behind. Really important that these pairings work well together. The on or behind with your first two. Bowls in the head, really important in classic pairs. The wind is really coming across the green, so Jane being through the head. Very few short bowls from Jane, which is great work. Heb Saunders, first to 4. Wind's up to about 30 kilometres an hour. Virginia Longfellow. Good home. Still looks like it's one shot to the girls from Cambridge Bowling Club. On screen, we've got Sean Saunders. He's using the Optima purple bowl. All those bowls on her backhand are Deb Saunders, her teammates, the Cambridge Knights. There you go. Jane Gibson. Always let's see if she's able to just pull her third shot up from the first two she sent down. Well done. Open draw for Jane. Not much correction needed for her to take shot. You can see the cameras have been moved around a fair bit. They're asking it to hold. All right. Good bad bowl in my eyes. Set up the goalposts. I'd be playing a little bit down the hay, little. Jane. It's got to get down. It's close. All of it. Lovely bowl. We have our toucher. I believe they are now holding shot. And then we have, watching this, take your grass. Positive draw. Thought it was going to slide under it. Pushed it back to her own. Possibly 2 shots to hardboard. Round 2 of 7. At the lunch break, I will get the Excel spreadsheet from round 1 and hopefully round 2 scores. Looking at that different technique. I didn't think Deb would die wondering here. Oh, well done. I could still be holding. I think they're down. Virginia not far away with this. What a lovely bowl. Thank you very much. Adding to the highlight reel. Can't afford to bring out the replay though because these girls are extremely quick between playing. Deb looking for a similar result from her last. That is a fair effort too. Well done. Oh, Virginia has a free kick. Well, these ones are really important, particularly to try and get that gap down. Needed to send it. She did. Just didn't get the right line. So that's 1 to hardboard. Let's see what Jane does with the mat. Okay, she's placed it closer to the tee. Well, these wind socks on the microphones are not really doing much. It is a significant breeze at the moment. Wonderful conditions. Come on down. Hope the members and guests are enjoying. I think it's Yumcha. Interesting that Jane's taken the mat back, but is still throwing. Oh, it's probably a medium length end. Good start from the leads. Jane correcting. Crunching into Sian's bowl there. Sian looking for probably a foot of weight. Correction. playing on the forehand. So she's playing on one side of the green, which is advisable when you're leading. Just sort of keeps less variables occurring. Harbord's Virginia Longfellow with the first of 4 bowls. And a couple of touches, and I did have a score sheet that I was trying to keep tabs on some of the facts and figures, but with the interesting start this morning, that's gone out the window. We'll try and see if we can bring that into play after lunch. Virginia trying to complement her bowl. Yeah, tricky. Obviously, she had to change hands. There was no room for her to come through. Good communication there from the lead, Sian, onto Deb. Deb playing with blue and green XGs. Number of the players today have got a fair bit of support around. That's what the mission looks like for Jane Gibson. We've got a 5-shot deficit to make up on the forehand. This has generally been buffeted by the wind from the northeast. Good weight, good line, nice shot, back to the line. Doesn't hang out there to be sat, but it still is there. So, of course, Sian being asked to play beforehand. More of a direct approach. What a shot. Once again, viewers, I'm not going to go to my replay. And just the girls are extremely quick on the mat. And look at the adjustment that Jane had to do. That jack has moved, 5 metres. Well, probably not as much as that, but she had to find the weight. Now, Sian had played a bowl with a lot more weight than that. And look at this adjustment. This is quality, viewers. Just to let you know, that's not easy to do, and that's where purposeful practice is really key. Where the jack moves, and in classic pairs, the jack moves often. And it's more often than not. Too many devices. Just checking my phone. We've got a number of other games being streamed at Lightning Ridge with the happy bowler, Boyd. Virginia looking for a correction on that. Not far away. Here comes the goofy Deb Saunders. We're not talking that she's goofy, but she's got the goofy foot. Haven't seen in my time of bowls a person leading with the same foot. Goes against all of my training in gross motor development as a PE teacher and a sports scientist, but well, it works. It works very well. Yeah, that wind just making it difficult for Virginia to trust a draw. Not surprised to see her having a little bit of a look at that bowl. I would have played the same. Remove that bowl, you end up with 2 seconds. Yeah, heads are a little bit further apart than this morning on the green. Wind has picked up a bit. Green's probably quickened up a little bit, making things just a little bit trickier to manage. And that mat has changed. And I'll have to adjust my camera once again. Well, Sean continues to bring that mat up. And I have to giggle because I have sort of presets, viewers, and with the mat being brought up continually, I'm just going to set that as my new default. Then we have Jane, who's a slightly taller bowler. It's just a bit tricky trying to keep them in shot. But what a great start from Sian Saunders. A good reply from Jane. Yeah, quality. We have some very talented players here. As I mentioned, half a dozen former and current Jackaroos. Australia being the best in the world in bowls. We've got a couple of up-and-comers too. Louise Cronin was currently New South Wales under-25s, but might be a little bit older now. But I'll do a bit of homework over lunch and see who else we can talk about. We've got some state New South Wales 60s players. People from Tamworth, St John's Park, Engadine, Bronte, Western Australia, Harbord, Merrylands, Cabra, Bargo, Raymond Terrace. I think I mentioned Tamworth. That's just a few. Caringbah. Northmead, Sylvania. Just recognising some of the uniforms. Here we go. Lovely bowl. Pushing the bowl of Sian Saunders back and picking up 2, but we know Deadly Deb loves a little bit of an on-shot. Yard of weight. Holding. Well done. He was 2 down. Only 1 now. And the head's pretty well set up for Cambridge Club. Now, Harbord really need to cover. They've got the best back. But over here on the left, that's where Virginia needs to be. I'm just trying to work out how that jack, if it goes to the left of screen, like what happened last time when they picked up a 5. So let's sort of see what happens. It is Cambridge Club's, the Cambridge Knights. It's their head. They've got control of the mat. You can see there Jessie Cattell on the left of screen, current New South Wales Female Bowler of the Year. Jackaroo as well. Camera's moving around a bit, about 30 km/h winds from the northeast. This is round 2 of 7. That is the wider hand at the moment. Jane really needs to finish left of screen. Can't really cover and count. I just try and make sure if the jack gets over there. She's bowling with the XGs. Don't want to move the jack. Oh. Maybe she was looking to try and trail and go with it. Not in their head, just trying to interpret as a Bowls Australia accredited coach, lawn bowler of about 40 years. Try and use all that experience in playing various positions from lead to skip, in pairs and fours and singles and triples. Started my bowls at Willoughby Park in 1985 as a 15-year-old. Played bowls with my dad. Played in the inaugural first ever New South Wales Junior Singles and Pairs Championships. And met a rather talented young Cameron Curtis, similar age to me, who dusted me up, and that was at Club Marylands. And then paired with my brother in the pairs, just because no one else had entered. And we got dusted up by the Grove brothers. And I remember meeting a guy named Peter Harry there as well. And Adam Jeffries, who's still bowling very well. And I actually, when I did the live stream of Platinum Pennant for Warilla against Carlingford round 3, when I was doing the broadcast in the first 3 rounds that I was fortunate enough to commentate, I saw the trophy. Not that I won, but they'd have both the New South Wales Junior trophy, which was an open gender competition then. Anyway, enough about me. Back to the women's classic pairs here at Taren Point, the home of the Scorchers. And the reason I share that information, just so I do tend to talk rubbish, but hopefully it's a little bit informed. Fair effort, finding the gap, reaching. So Virginia's got a pretty good shot on here. She's going to play the backhand. I would have played the forehand, but anyway, that's just me. I'm not hurt. She's got to look to get under. That's a fair effort. But if she trailed the jack, it was only going to her opponent's bowl. But if she played the other hand, she pushes the purple bowl through, sits and stays for 3 or 4. I wish I had a little chalk. I could show you what I mean. Not to be. As I said, it's easier to spectate than to play. Phew, good miss. Okay, is she going to change her hand? Nope. So I believe she's looking to try and get an edge or promote Jane's bowl in the area. What would I know? I'm talking about shot selection from a player who is in the women's Metro Northeast representative team. I think Virginia is a selector for Metro Northeast Bowls region. So, just my opinion. You can agree or not. That's the beauty of free speech. Don't even get me started about hate speech and the atrocities of what happened at Bondi and now the craziness at my hometown on the Northern Beaches. friend of mine, Mercury Salakis, sadly lost his life to a great white at DY. Known the family a fair while. Worked with his sister Eleni. We sadly had the news around the boy who was off the jump rocket with 4 clues, who is no brain function, so will never awake out of his induced coma. And then another gentleman who got bitten at North Staying by a bull shark. So interesting times at the moment. Let's focus our attention on here. It's a much happier place being on the bowling green. (10-3 on 8 to our Cambridge club, the Knights. Sian and Deb Saunders, no relation. Sian's gone the old typical lead, 1 on 1 behind. Jane looking to try and correct. A little bit wider and a little bit more weight. Let's see how she goes. From hand, it looks like slightly narrow, but that is the narrower hand with a little niggle. She's ended up in a good home. Probably, though, had her time over, just get a bowl on the head. But once again, I'm not well rehearsed on people's gameplay. And their tactic of how they're focusing on classic pairs. Once again, mat up, short length, pretty standard play. I wouldn't say predictable play, but this is the strategy and the tactic used by our Western Australian visitors. That's Deb Saunders on screen. Very compact technique, and yes, she leads with the same leg as she does with her arm, bowling arm. It's a bit of a goofy technique. And no disrespect to Goofy or to Deb. That's generally what is suggested with surfers who surf back to front. Virginia. Looking for a correction. She got a good place to land, and she has. Well done. Let's give them a bit of a dancing frog moment. And let's see what happens with my replay button. I've pressed it. I'm going to have to adjust. Nice shot. Well, I might get back to looking at the live stream and just look at some of your comments. I tend to get a bit lost when I start delving into the comments, and I forget to change cameras and change scores. So let's have a look. Jane from Harbord Hawks, Metro North East region, New South Wales. Narrower line, but she's looking to land those 2 bowls after a sensational bowl from Sian. And what a reply. Well done. You're spoilt for choice, viewers. Bowls execution, brilliance. Sian up for the game, talking to it. Lovely shot. I can't press the replay button because there's just too many highlights at the moment, viewers. All those people in clubland, come on down. Taren Point, home of the Scorchers. Beautiful conditions, a little bit windy, but not too bad here. New club, great yum cha. Now Jane, looking to try and sit the bowl of Deb Saunders. Oh, it's second shot. Good bowling, ladies. Thank you for the entertainment, might I add. Skipper, Deb Saunders. Active. Lovely follow through. Good line. Good weight. A little bit under, but trying to get to Jane's bowl. And she has. She's tucked it away. There was no point in Deb staying high on the left-hand side for Virginia to sit. It's not just a case of drawing closest to the jack. That's it in principle, but in a team effort of 2-2-2-2 or walking pairs or classic pairs, it's really vital. So let's see what happens again. I'd be doing a similar shot. Okay, so I'm not surprised to see Sian say, hey, put it here, but she wanted to make sure she kept away from that shorter bowl of Virginia. And, okay, so let's see what happens here. There is a bowl on either side for Virginia to land. You know what? I'd be coming to the head to have a look, but she doesn't need to. She has three options. She has her own bowl, which is not on the running surface, so that's the worst of the option. She can come under. No, she's coming up to have a look. She really can't come under her front bowl because I think with that angle, she will miss the shot bowl of Deb. So she really has to go high and sit that last bowl of Deb. Just beat that for the draw. They do have the best back bowl. But it looks like currently Harbord are 3 down. So I don't think she's got enough speed in her. I haven't seen her drive to come through the middle. She has to draw to save. Let's see what she does. Oh, she's got to maybe look at contact on her front one, or she's trying to get under. Wow, what an effort. What a bowl. Oh, it's fallen over. Terrific effort. What's happened? Oh, you're spoilt for choice. All right, she saved one, but, well, great bowling, all for women at the moment. And I'm telling you, viewers, I know the pedigree of the players we've got here. This is just the entree. No disrespect to who we've seen currently and beforehand. But on the rink next to us, we have Karen Murphy, the greatest player of all time of lawn bowls, of bowls, playing with one of the up-and-comings. And she's already got a rap sheet a mile long. Jessie Cattell. Oh, I better change the camera because if I don't, I'll forget what I'm doing. Talking about the highlight reel. Sit back and relax or come down to the club. If you're in the area, as I said, bring your autograph book. Nice start there from lead Sian Saunders, using purple bowls and their Optimas. And once again, Matt's up. Throw to the tee. All right, who's winning on the rink next door? I believe Cabramatta Bullants are leading the Taren Point Scorchers combination 16-4 after 9. Hope that helps, Glenn. All right. Nice effort, Virginia. Still one down. All right. Sorry, I've had a couple of things behind the scenes going through, so if I do go a bit silent on the broadcast, you've got the vision there. Probably give your ears a rest anyway. Jane Gibson, looking to reach. Positive connection and a fortunate result, but in the area, well done. One down. But we know it won't stop. This crew from Western Australia, the Cambridge Knights, they've been here last year and loved it. Loved the opportunity to get in there and have a go. Let's see what she does. It's on its way. Very animated. That northeast breeze. You miss your line slightly and it will not come back. Okay, Virginia, skipper, having a look to see how do we stem the flow. So that is Virginia's bowl near her foot. It is the turquoise DGTR. Let's see how she goes. Fair effort. Well, there will be a lunch break and then there will be a round 3 link that you need to adjust. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing you all the action from the Women's Classic Pairs live from the Taren Point Bowling Club. You found your way here, so you know you're watching YouTube Live Sports. You better be living it. Matty Harris here in commentary. My great pleasure to bring you the action. No surprises to see Deb Saunders opening up the shoulders and having a bit of a lash. We got quality all around the park here. 2 greens, 28 teams. Here all weekend. I get a rest on Monday, Australia Day. Virginia Longfellow for Harbord, the Harbord Hawks. The northern beaches of Sydney. Trying to get something back from the Saunders girls. No relation. 12-3. Bottom of the 9th, the 10th. She's close. Bowl Jack. Oh, Rick O'Shea. Mr. Chalky comes out. Virginia's going to probably come down and have a look. Let me see if we were able to grab that replay on the YouTube Live Sports replay. Look at this, viewers. About a foot of line, connection, pinball machine. Well done. Did she get the desired result? I don't know who's holding. Matt all the way up. Standard play from all this crew from Cambridge. Knights. Here's Virginia skipper. Selector in the Metro Northeast region. Also in the regional end of the women's side as well. Long time lawn bowler at Harbord. Using the turquoise GTRs. Got the jack, got the trail. Lovely shot. Well done. Let's see that on the YouTube Live Sports replay. Another highlight reel. Sends it out on the narrow hand. Green running around 15 seconds now. Thank you very much. All right. Can they, the ladies from Harbord, with 4 ends to play, get a bit of momentum going? They've really struggled to put ends back to back. There's 7 shots, 4 to get. Not impossible. Doable. There are 8 bowls each team. There's 8 shots maximum. Very important. Jane, after winning that end, gets straight on the kitty, straight on that jack, and puts the pressure on. And look, my observation of Jane, she has always been through the head with her first bowl, and I like that as a lead. If I'm a skipper, I'm encouraging that all day. It's a lot easier in my mindset to come back to the jack than it is to reach. Now that's an uncharacteristic error there from Sean. Hasn't done many of those. Now, with a bit of luck, Jane stays on the same hand. She'll be well under that bowl, but she does need to make sure that she doesn't finish narrow again unless she trails. This is the narrower hand. Breeze blowing, trying to hold it. Not really doing a XG finish. Lucky that my 3x3 tent is weighted down with sandbags, because you can hear in the microphone that it's a bit windy. but not to the point where my hair's out of place. I'll have to get out my autograph book, I think, at lunch. The who's who. Cracking game here. No favourites. Hardboard's around the corner from where I live. But the girls have made the trip from WA. What we do want a game of it. I just hope my monitors, with this northeast wind, don't get airborne. If the wind gets any stronger, I'll have to put some sand in some of the sandbags and weight my monitors down. Here she is, skipper Deb Saunders. Watch it, look at this technique. Yes, viewers, goofy foot. Works for her. The point, the home of the Scorchers. Now, the Cambridge Park girls, Cambridge Club girls have been very solid. Commentator's curse. Is this the end where they allow Harbord back into it? It's been a fairly close game with 1-5 and a 3. So I'd imagine if I looked at the scorecard, it would be fairly equal with how many ends both teams have won. It's just the multiples. So Deb needs a good correction. Just didn't send it. Okay, Harbord with 2. Now the leads become thirds and the seconds become skippers. Plenty of action, 2 greens being used, 7 rinks on each, 14 matches per round. Okay. Plenty of room for Jane to draw. You can see the score on the game next to us. That is the Bull Ants 17 over Taren point 5. But imagine drawing to play the GOAT, Karen Murphy. Greatest of all time. I'm not saying she's a GOAT. And Jessie Cattell, the up-and-comer, current New South Wales bowler, female bowler of the year. Tough combo. What a great experience. Okay. Shan needs to adjust. She had 2 shockers on end 11. Look at Deb getting low, trying to stay out of view. And can't see. Oop. Measure. Left side is Harbord, right side is Cambridge Club. The Knights versus the Hawks. Narrower hand, northeast wind, near enough, good weight, just needed to slightly higher grass. What's Sean Saunders got? The Purple Optimus. Good to there. On its way. Just needed another few feet. Just listening to the language of the communication between Karen Murphy and Jessie Cattell. We'll keep our attention on this, but they'll be finished before we finish this game. No, we don't get to bring in the action from here, but I'll tell you, the action's all here at the moment. Okay. All of those bowls at the back are from Harbord. Now, I'm sure that Deb the efficient skip that she is, may have seen that she needs to cover, and she has. Is she going to sit? Rocked it, rolled it. Can't actually tell who's got shot. Means the trail's not on. Just got to draw a shot, Virginia. And with those GTRs, she is in the area. Get down. And she has. So it could be 2 shots to Harbord. And there you go. Let's see how she executes this shot. She's on the forehand. Is it going to drop? Okay. I believe we are going to see a measure. On the rink next to us, Karen Murphy just killed the end, but on the respot, I believe Taren Point got a shot. But that game is definitely gone on the rink next to us on rink 9, with the Cabra Bullants securing a win. I'm not too sure how they went in their first game. And it was a 2. Still time. Momentum shift. 5 shots. 3 ends. Glad I'm sitting here and not out there. Jane supporting her upper arm with 2 fingers, playing the narrower hand on the forehand. Once again, viewers, observing, always playing through the jack. I enjoy it. I like it. Particularly in a windy, sort of blustery day, you've got to give your bowler a chance. And she's doing that. With her next one, she can maybe draw to the jack and take a risk of falling short, just like Shan has. And the reason why Harbord are making a bit of a difference back is a change in the dominance of Jane over Shan in these 2 lead bowls. Shan's been very good, but the girls, the last 1 or 2 ends from WA, the Cambridge Club girls, are not as consistent as they have been. Yes, well done. Good leading. The advice from Deb, positive. Trying to encourage Shan, get something in the head. Playing the wider hand, northeast wind. And she's just struggling a little bit with her consistency in these 2 ends, but I believe she has second shot. So the exchange between Deb and Shan, having a bit of a chat. Oh, just not getting the green speed. Just finding my line. You can see those 2 purple bowls, the difference in grass. There's almost 2 metres. And Jane the same. So not easy conditions. It was a bit easier this morning with the wind, but you've got the green speed increasing. So here's Virginia. Opportunity to put some more pressure on the Cambridge Club girls from WA. Good Good area for the GTR turquoise. Complementing Jane's bowl. Good home. Got the tee. Not that there's been many upshots and drives. There's the goofy foot, Deb Saunders. Bowls right-handed and leads forward with the right hand. You try that at home, you'll fall over. But it works for her. It's time for her to use her experience, and she has. Thank you very much. I'm not 2 down now. Little high five there from one of their maybe travelling companions. Virginia, look at this. Lovely shot. Jack's gone out of bounds. Respot on the tee. We have a toucher. We'll have a little bit of this. To see what can be done. Harbord with one. Lovely shot, Virginia Longfellow. Here we go. Watch this technique. Smooth technique, but then, boom, she leads with the opposite foot. Well, the foot she shouldn't be using, but well done. Oh, positive weight, that's her own coming up. Actually, no, that was Jane's. The two-tone bowls. Well, viewers, you're watching the 2026 Women's Classic Pairs, bringing to you live from Taren Point Bowling Club. Thank you to Callaghan Collision Centre and Katrina Wright. Property Excellence. And you're watching round 2. Here at the home of the Scorchers, bringing you all the action over the 2 days. You found your way here. You're watching YouTube Live Sports, and you better be living it. My name's Matty Harris, and the sun is now starting to get behind me, and my back is starting to burn, and I start to struggle to see my monitors again. So let's see how we go. Clear direction from Deb. Draw another second, mate. It's on its way. The Western Australian pairing can afford to lose one, and that'll then bring them to a 12-8 with 2 ends to play. They can't afford to give Harbord more than 1. If they give them 2, it's still not a disaster. But Harbord only have 1 bowl in the head compared to 3. Actually, no, there's 2 seconds from the Cambridge girls. It's those two-tone bowls that I'm getting confused between Jane Gibson's bowl and Deb Saunders' bowl. Running into trouble. It's her own bowl, but it's cleared a path now for Deb if she wants to have a look at that bowl from Virginia. So how does Virginia get a second shot? Well, she needs to play her backhand. She needs to get under that purple bowl on the right-hand side, and she needs to get back to the centre line. She doesn't want to leave her bowl next to each other to give Deb, who is not afraid to use some heavy artillery and split the head up. So let's see what she does. This is a viewpoint from behind. I'm over to the left there. How's the line? Pretty good to there. She gets contact on her own. She sits for 2. Margins, centimetres. Great effort. Like to see that because it means that my wavelength and my brain is thinking like a skipper. Oh, that could have gone anywhere, that purple bowl coming up. Okay, let's see what happens if Virginia can make that slight correction. Viewpoint from behind. It's in a similar area. You just got to take a fraction off. Ah, she put a bit on. Here it comes. I think she's got eyes for this bowl. She takes it out. It's game, set and match. Thank you very much. Trying hard. She has. What a shot. That is brilliant. And I'm about to lose my cameras. I'm going to just get up to make sure that they're knuckled down. Sean, how many was that, please? Was that 3? 2. Thank you. That was a cracking bowl from skipper Deb Saunders. Talk about moments. From 1 down to 2 up. Virginia missed it by fractions. And Sean has lost with the jack roll. Now they're kicking bowls back. Well done. As that sun changes direction, it's a bit hard for me to see my monitors, but Mr. Chalky still makes his appearance. Terrific scenes here over this lovely long weekend. Saturday, January 24, Sunday, January 25. Plenty of action. Cracking field. Feels like a state championship with the calibre of people we've got here. Look at Jane Gibson's reply to Sean's. Not surprised to see Sean attacking with over a yard of weight. So Jane would be trying to look to land that purple bowl of Sean Saunders using the blue XGs. Playing the narrower hand on the forehand for a right-hander. Would have preferred to see Jane finish behind the head. However, that bowl is on the drawing line and in the line of sight for people, the right-hander playing the backhand. I wonder what's for lunch, by the way. Yum cha here at Taren Point, well known for it. This is what it looks like coming from the bowling end. Yeah, a 25km/h wind coming directly across the green, making conditions just a little bit challenging. Just they're quite fortunate that the green's not running 17, 18 seconds, because that would be very challenging. Virginia didn't like that bowl, but look, you know what? She gave it a chance. It's now finished in a good home. Not surprised to see Deb playing the backhand. They do need another bowl on the head, because they really now need 7 shots on 2 ends. So Virginia really needs to make contact, and that bowl on the left-hand side, which is her opponent's bowl, is a bit of a nuisance. She's found her way through, and just not meant to be her moment with sending that bowl down. Well, come on down, viewers, if you're in the area, to beautiful Taren Point. Well, we'd love to see you. Plenty of delicious food and all the renovations that have happened here. Spoiled for choice, with great bowls, great company. The beer's cold, the beverages, and come and watch some of the best bowlers in the world. Not just this region, but this state. Shan needs another bowl on the head. Okay. That's 2 shots to hardboard. So Virginia has suggested to Jane, I need you around that front bowl. There she goes, bit of a shooter stance. Bit interested to see that foot not pointing towards her drawing line, and this is where video sessions for players might be able to draw attention to what they're doing. Generally, as a sports scientist and an accredited Bowls Australia coach, you'd rather see that foot go directly straight, parallel, following where your arm is going through. It just helps with trusting your line with the way that your body is aligned to your delivery. And I'll show you again once she delivers again. So just to use Virginia as an example, a taller bowler, her right foot is out as a shooter stance, and her left foot generally should be pointing where it is. So she's really got no footwork pointing to where she wants to deliver the bowl. She steps forward, but it still points away from her target. Anyway, that's the way she bowls. But that's where coaches can use this technology, particularly when we're live streaming, to just sort of see little things that you can try. It might not improve her game, but that's why I really, as a fan of bowls, as I have been ever since I was 5, playing carpet bowls with my Nana Byrne at Northbridge. Beautiful club at Northbridge, no longer around, as many bowling clubs have gone the other way. And then imagine if I had to coach Deb Saunders to say, well, what you're doing is just totally out of the rule book. Very compact process, idea of shot, but look at her feet side by side, but then she steps forward with the other one. But it goes into the line of where she wants to send it. So all her weight is going forward towards her target. And then you've got the elements of weight and line, along with wind and friction. Then you've got Virginia, played a long time, very experienced. They're not giving up because all of these scores do impact aggregate. And I'm a little bit nervous about my monitors becoming airborne and hitting me in the face, so I'm directly in the path of this northeast wind. Virginia. Bowl biting now. She got another one in the kit bag. This is the first time that Deb hasn't been up to the head much. So she's looking for a cannon. What that means is, newer viewers, is she's looking at trying to hit that bowl in the guts, push that bowl through. But what she's doing there, if she lands that bowl, depending on what weight she uses, the jack could find that gap and come back to the hardboard bowl here of Virginia Longfellow. But it does mean that it is only going to be one shot to hardboard anyway. Let's see what she does, particularly with Virginia having another bowl to use. Oh, Mount Lewis. I forgot to mention Mount Lewis are here. Plenty of spectators here. Number of pairings from Marylands as well. Current Platinum Pennant champions, which is an open gender competition. I think Natalie Lewis is here from Marylands and lots of spectators. All right, let's see what she executes. I'd imagine she's going to line up on the backhand and come through that gap. Let's see how she goes. She might have decided to bin the shot. Yeah, it's a higher line for that. Oh, okay. That's another hardboard bowl coming in. I believe hardboard are holding 2 and a measure for 3. They pick up the third. Virginia been able to draw another one. She's definitely going to come on the backhand. Play the shot. Don't take it. All right. Lucky there's not a shot clock. We don't have one of those. Oh, I hope they've got this stream up at the club at the Hawks. If they didn't know they were on the live stream. Well, she's proven I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe she's looking to try and sit her bowl. Or she's just tried to stay away from it. Or is she trying to get down to that purple bowl? Bit of risk. Bit of risk playing both hands, but you've got to take the risk because you're down by 7. All right. I'm bringing out Mob the Builder. Out the tape comes. 3 would give them a sniff. 2, they've got to manufacture a 5. Now, draw in these days does no one any favours, but the competitive level of these female bowlers, I love it. I love being a part of it. I think it was a 2. Double check the score. If she doesn't put it up, 14-9, they need a 6. Lost the measure for the third shot. Yeah. So it would have been really beneficial for Virginia to maybe could have played the other hand, but to be. Last stand before lunch. I don't know what you're having for lunch, but I think I've got an egg sandwich, but who knows? Well, the score up. And we're up to our final end. Alrighty, there's Jane on the mat. There's the bowl coming into play. Doesn't like that one. Okay. Good start. Well done. Sian with first of her 2 attempts. I'd imagine viewers that round 3 could be at sort of 2:30, quarter to 3. Yeah, wind making things a bit difficult to be consistent. Sian's been really good, really solid. Just had a couple of inconsistent ends. But that's all part of being human. Just needs to get second shot. Which she has. Plenty of room for the skips to get in. Thanks, Ian. Here's probably going to have some guest commentators after lunch. I will probably just tap some people on the shoulder and say you're coming in. I'm a little bit gun shy when it comes to asking what's going on. But good on you, Ian. Appreciate the love. Quite warm. Well, there's 2 of 5 that they need. 2 of 5. 27 degrees. Yep. Now, the weather's coming from the east. Northeast, east. There's Virginia. Good effort there from Deb. Not much correction needed. Virginia bowling against the easterly, ain't coming back from there. Most rinks have done. Not surprised to see this game going a little bit over time. The importance being on the live stream adds a little bit of extra nerves to the state of play. All right. The ladies, last chance to make a difference in the status quo. Big thank you again to Katrina Wright Property Excellence. They're a major sponsor and they're focused on getting you the best results. We'd love you to support any of the companies that support us, and Callaghan Collision Centre, your trusted automotive body repair specialist in the Sutherland Shire. And of course, the Scorchers, Taren Point. All right, Gibbo. I've known Jane a fair while now. Once again, looking at the technique. Bit of splayed feet there, almost like a ballerina. And I'm not being disrespectful in any way, shape or form with talking about technique. I finally got my accreditation of Bowls Australia a few weeks ago, but I've been informally coaching without the legitimate accreditation. Now I've got that. But we do have a camera crew here chatting to a number of the players. Dawn Heyman, Karen Murphy, just to mention a few. Natasha Van Eltic is here as well. It's the who's who. Unreal. All right. Where does Jane go with this bowl to make a difference? She needs to reach that bowl there, left, which is Deb Saunders, the green and blue two-toned. And it's a bit difficult because that bowl, even though it's an easterly, so Jane can afford to be... So let's see where she aims. She's currently aiming out at the peg. Between the peg and the number. So here it comes. Just got to stay high of that. Clear run. Oh! Had she not have hit that...
If you're coming up through there, you'll need like full ditch weight.
Okay, so let's see what's been suggested. Mess it up and take the jack into the ditch. We're trying to bin the ditch, the jack here. No, she's not far away. It is going to swoop.
Great shot, mate.
Oh, what a shot. She got both of them. Cop that. Let's have a look at that on the YouTube Live Sports replay. She sends it. How does she get both? She gets the out edge, side edge of Virginia's bowl, then lands Gibbo's bowl and stays for 2. That was brilliant. Let's give her a great shot. And we also give him, get that India. Any chance of picking up a 5. It's still on though. They only have, actually no. I'm trying to work out how does Virginia get rid of those two. It just stays about, stays up, stay up. No. All about moments. On the day, I know, I talk about moments. You can see Deb's got the bit between her teeth now. She's just trying to get to her next bowl and she's probably going to backdoor another shot. It's been a great game. Now remember, the Cambridge Club girls, the Cambridge Knights, picked up a 5. And it's 5 on the scoreboard. So another arm wrestle that doesn't reflect the nature of how close this game was. The quality of our teams today and tomorrow. Yeah, well done, Virginia. That's a lovely, lovely reply. Well done. Oh, Deb's having a look. Oh, she definitely sprayed it. You don't want to take out all 3. Oh! Had she hit those 3 down the bottom, it could have been 3 shots down, but not game. Well, it looks like 1 shot to Harbord. We have a 4-shot scoreline. Well, what a match. It could have ended in disaster there for the West Australian crew with that drive. Fortunately missing her 2nd, 3rd and 4th shot. Well done to the Cambridge Knights of Sean and Deb Saunders. Victory over Jane Gibson and Virginia Longfellow from Harbord. Well, viewers, that ends our coverage before lunch. Check your local guides, well, YouTube, Live Sports, and click on round 3, where we will bring you all the action. I will hopefully bring you an update on the points of play to see who the mover and shakers are. Enjoy your lunch, and thanks for joining us. We'll see you soon.